point to Cora or Tom. So, Decorah or Tom.
Or him.
We're so much fun together.
I would be fine.
Thoughts,
I know
questions?
Decorah they would work with HR on some of the, like L&I and liability and that. Also with the maintenance, I can see where it definitely would be a good connection with the kind of the maintenance, the structure side of things. So
Yeah,
I think
I
Tom
think
would
the
be
posi-
a hand in hand and
The position will need to work with all departments on issues. But they will also have probably specific things to work with Decorah, with Tom, and with my position. And that's just inherent in the position itself. Separate from that, my opinion, looking at all of it, is to increase the best chance of success for a new person coming into the organization, having a supervisory level. So I think the position is not, let's see, you're not to the point that you're just gonna push a button and make it go out. You're still working on the.
Yeah, Tyler's not that easy. It
Tell
doesn't
me-
just let you
tell
push
me
a button
about
and do
Aren't you
it, so
funny?
we have to cut
So I
it
think
off.
at this point, I'm bringing it up, probably on your agenda tomorrow for a follow-up to get guidance, and then hopefully in the next couple days' time, you're ready to release.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd like to talk about that a little bit more, Kirk.
Sure.
So Tom's got a lot on his plate. Uh, I'm just wondering why you didn't. I mean, I'm thinking risk coordinator and organizational services being, kind of connected. Why didn't you suggest maybe under you or
Because I'm shy, Danny. I don't know. It just.
I kind of personally think it fits better under you or Decorah than under Tom.
You don't agree?
Okay, well, that will be part of your guys' discussion on what you wanna do and, yeah, again, my main thing is that I think, not the easiest department to start, not the easiest organization to start something new in, and support and fostering is gonna be important to this person, not. And part of what Shane did say very clearly, and I think it's something that would need to be documented if you did that, is this is not the risk person can only speak to the board if they have gone through their director who will then speak for them. That's not what this position is. There has to be a strong dashed line reporting to the board, meaning that advice comes straight to the board from that professional person. And again, we struggle with that sometimes in some areas, but I think it's an important structure, exception, whatever to get in.
I appreciate you bringing the concern to us. I certainly do. So don't take it that I don't appreciate that. I just thought, well, Tom's got a lot of stuff, and I just felt organizational services or HR was probably a better fit if we were going to move it.
Okay, well, I know it'll come back with you in Decorah's session. And I would like to ask, please, for one more executive session, 5 minutes. So
It'll be under
9:20 to 9:20,
9:21 to 9:26, what would be
employee performance.
the performance would be RCW 4231.10.1G. Wait. Job
your having spoken to that department head in what you have observed
Right.
It is 9:26.
was a good precursor, because it identifies that the board notices and sees and has an opinion, so that if there is then a follow-up on a bigger but related issue, it's consistent. It's not like the instruction's been whatever, the instruction's been, you gotta figure this out. So. And I think that's everything I have to share with the board at the moment.
Okay.
Toss it up and lands on you.
9:26, we are in recess until 9:30.
So how
And I
Clerk of the board update.
think your clerk of the board is out ill?
Yeah, but I believe we're still having the meeting.
Okay.
Let me-
Yeah, I'll be down there.
All right.
Laura, is there a PMRT today?
I don't believe I have any topics. Are you gonna be around
Yeah.
or are you, okay, I'll go back and look quick. I don't recall anything being added to the file. I'll go look quick, let you know.
Good morning, it is 9:30. We are here with Caitlin from our office for our weekly update. Welcome, Caitlin.
Hello, I have the pending decision spreadsheet. You guys wanna go over that?
We can actually do that last. Sometimes
Okay.
we'll do that last.
Okay, sounds good. There are no new incident claims received. Barb had put it on her agenda, the review of upcoming public hearings and review of this week's meetings, just to, I guess, help debrief you guys about what's coming for the week. She said that we can just go over it. If you guys had any questions or anything like that, then she or I can answer them, since her update's pretty early on in the week. And then that way, yeah, like if there was a meeting scheduled that, yes, didn't remember what
Okay,
it was.
and I can be online tomorrow afternoon. I need to be in, Kennewick by 6 o'clock, so I can do WebEx the last, if somebody's gonna be here. Just to give us some time to travel to Kennewick.
We're done at 4 tomorrow.
The public
As far as
hearings,
here.
yeah, the public hearings tomorrow afternoon. There's the one for the Public Works.
Oh, I look, I have the Quincy Valley Regional.
Oh, yes.
So that'll be just updating engineering fees and then
Yep.
surplus, so
Yep.
easy.
And then for this week's meetings, were there any that you guys had any questions about or?
No, I think.
Is the budget discussion, are they coming in?
Yes.
Six thirty, 8:30, or 6:30 to 8 o'clock, our health district. That would be amazing if it would be over by 8, but.
So the next thing is the tourism committee update. We had the meeting last week. Those are the minutes from the meeting. There are a couple of things to be discussed. I'm sure you guys saw on the agenda this week, there are 2 contracts for Cooley Creative. The first one is the one that was held from 2 weeks ago. I will be asking the commissioners to please withdraw that one or deny it, I guess, because Cooley Creative requested an increase in her marketing retainer to $87,000 a year, and the committee approved that. So there is a new contract on consent. That's that second one that just reflects that change, and that was signed by the chair and by Rochelle. So that is there for you guys to consider. And with the contract on consent, I included the little informational bit that Rochelle put together just to show why she is asking that amount. And it is essentially, she did the math for the commission that she was getting from all of the contracts on top of her marketing retainer. And it was equal to, it's like 85,000, I think.
7,000 that she has in here.
Yeah, it's 87, which is higher than what she had made in 2024. And I believe that is to account for the COLA increase. I think that's why she's asking 87. And she did cut back the professional services line budget for tourism. So it's still like the same total amount, but the way that she'll be spending her funds, she redid the budget for that. Which I can bring that to roundtable if you guys want. I did not bring it to this meeting.
Okay. So poll number 4 is what you recommend, and number 5 is what the Tourism Advisory Committee recommended.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the other thing is that Rochelle's invoices that she presented, they are on consent this week. Those are actually, the invoices that she originally sent over was for $64,000, which tourism did not have in their budget. So she reworked her invoices to be below the $64,000. She's still over budget by like $50, but she has said that she will just pay that $50 out of pocket. So the county will only be reimbursing the amount that's left over in their LTAC grant that she can spend.
Was she not aware of what the budget was?
I'm not really sure what happened there. She sent over her invoices and they had between the 2 line items that she could spend from, they only had 40, or whatever that amount is that's on consent this week.
Okay.
That's all that they had. And so I'm not sure where the math was wrong, but yep.
It's something, yeah, we may wanna look into it. I don't know if something was taken out of her account that should not have been.
No, everything that was taken out of her account was
Or-
what should have been. I think that maybe there were just a couple of things that were missed when she was doing her budget. I think
Okay.
maybe she did not realize were things that were coming out of her line,
Oh, instead of elsewhere, okay,
but it's okay, it's taken care of.
okay.
And then just one thing I just wanted to put in passing, just something to consider. LTAC is a reimbursement thing, and so I know tourism gives invoices and she does provide receipts for some things. But at this last meeting, she had made a comment that she had not paid, there's the invoice for Vortex, which is now lower than the amount that the commissioners approved because she's trying to be under budget. But she had made a comment that she had not actually entered that contract yet and had not paid them yet.
And we paid her?
You're about to. And so I just wanted to put that out there because her contract says it's for pre-approved purchases incurring in the previous month. And the invoices that we get from her, again, it's like, she does provide receipts for some of them, or it's like an invoice from another place, like Maven Media or the Fish and Magician or whatever. So I just wanted to, I don't know if it's just this month because she's trying to get it paid this fiscal year. Or that's an all the time thing. I just wanted to put it in your guys' heads because that didn't sit super great with me. So.
Okay, so the $44,000 in invoices are invoices that have not,
From what I gather, some of them have, when she gave them to me, some of them had not been paid yet.
okay.
So I don't know if they've been paid in between then and now, but she was able to adjust her invoices to be lower than 64,000 because she had not paid them yet.
So she's gonna be over that amount.
The 44, she will not be spending more than the 44 this year, or at the very least,
But
she will be.
what you're saying is she is getting reimbursements for invoices that she has not paid yet.
Yes. This time around, at least, for sure, like the Vortex one, because when they saw that they were over budget, they had started talking about maybe seeking elsewhere for a video production proposal. And I had asked, have you already signed the contract with Vortex? Because that can obviously cause some problems. And she had said no, that she had not signed the contract with Vortex yet, and that she had not paid for that video production proposal yet, which did just alarm me a little bit because she is asking for reimbursement for it. But again, I don't know if she's paid these people out between her giving me these invoices and when we reimburse. I just wanted to share.
So, Kaylin, maybe, sorry about my voice, everybody. That's the way it is. I thought that one of the things that we were trying to work out in the area of okay was that she would present us invoices, we would pay them instead of her just not the invoices to us and just paying out whatever she spends. I was assuming she hadn't paid them, so we were getting her money or we were getting an invoice. She could, an invoice, or we were getting her the money so she could pay it. You're saying she's having to depend her own personal funds to pay a bill and then we reimburse?
You're cutting in and out, but I think that I got the gist of your question. You're asking if you had thought that she would be invoicing us and we would pay these people directly, but you're asking if she is paying them and we reimburse her? And I guess the answer is I don't know. I was just, when she had said that she hadn't signed that contract with Vortex, I got curious and was looking at her contract because I thought that she was working on a reimbursement basis because that's how most of LTAC, well, that's how LTAC is for everybody else. They give receipts and stuff, and then we reimburse those receipts. So I was curious, and I looked at her contract and I saw that it said reimbursement for pre-approved purchases incurred in the previous month. And so I just slightly cracked open, I guess, another can of worms. I'm so sorry. I am not sure if they work differently when it comes to reimbursement, since they have their own separate budget and pretty much nobody else does.
So the expectation on her contract is that she will pay the bill and then we'll reimburse her.
That's the way I understood her contract. But if that's not how it's,
What about the new one?
the new one is for the payment, the verbiage is the same. I didn't change anything with that.
Okay.
So I guess do with that what you will. That was the big tourism stuff. The next thing is
Can I wait a second before you go on? So that 2 items in the agenda, I just want everyone in the room to know that I was shocked that all of a sudden we were almost double the contract. And I was surprised that the committee was all in favor of that. Is that tweaking anybody else?
Yeah, I agree with you.
The other seatmates?
Obviously, she's getting
You know,
compensation.
to me, that just says that, wow, those percentages that she was in is potentially a problem. And I think the rest of this conversation about that probably should be an executive session.
When we can hear you.
Okay, Danny, I don't know if you've moved back from the microphone, but it's kind of a roller coaster and we're not catching every word. So I don't know if you have some distance between you and your mic.
No, it's in my ear and on my face, so it's probably the for internet I'm generating.
That technology.
Okay, so I guess we're moving on to the.
Okay, the next one is the 2025 Commissioner Boards Committee's resolution for review. So Barb had edited a little bit, like the quadco, she had put that you would be taking that one in 2025.
Okay, this is my
She
copy
just-
here. I think she mailed it to us.
Oh, okay, well, whoops. I guess this can be my copy then. She was just wanting you guys to look through
Okay,
it,
well, let me look at that.
give your opinions.
Well, and we should technically, I think the only thing we decide prior, or we have some discussion, is who is going to do ledge steering, who wants to do ledge steering. But we have a new commissioner coming on board, and I think it would be fair for him to wait until he's in office, because we don't appoint or swear anybody in until until in January, but we can have some discussion, but I think it would be mindful to wait until Kevin got here.
I don't need to do legislative steering. I just think as a new commissioner, obviously he's gonna be gung ho to do everything, and jumping into legislative steering on top of trying to learn Caitlin's name is going to be more than he realizes, is my opinion, since I just went through it recently.
No, and I was just really surprised because I have not had any conversation with him, I think, as a board. When do we need somebody?
Not until January.
Okay, so I think it would behoove us to just wait until January and not try to guess on board appointments, and that's my thoughts. Wait until the new commissioner's here. We've tried to do that in the past and not assign.
The next one is the animal outreach contract renewal amount. I know the board discussed previously her request to increase it by 100,000. Are you wanting
I don't
to?
know if we put that in budget. Might be a
I was gone when the decision of how much to give this year and next year were being discussed. So Barb had told me we gave 70 this year and that the commissioners pulled the 100 from next year. So I don't know where that's at. We haven't discussed that since, I think I emailed you about that when I got back. And I don't remember if you said something on that.
Basically that. I think Barb is just working on the contracts for next year, and so she,
City of Moses Lake did increase their amount to them for next year. But I don't know if they went 170 or 200.
so if I remember correctly, this, if you guys went with her request for 100, that would put your contract at 250, I believe, for
In
next year.
addition, yeah,
No, it'd be 200.
200 total.
Yeah,
don't
wouldn't
know if
that-
we added in the budget is my. My look. Just saw it here.
While Cindy looks, Danny, I just have a quick question for you while I'm here. There was a charge on the credit card last month. It was $275, and the charge says Gonzaga U, but the receipt that was in the folder was just, it's almost a blank page that just says you paid $275. So I was wondering what that was for and if you maybe had a different receipt.
I do.
Oh. I'm sure he'll be back.
Danny, we lost you.
He's gone. Gone.
Stork.
I'll email
Way
him
to go.
if he doesn't come back. Well,
Okay, so you need receipts from Danny on a credit card purchase?
yeah, it's just one. That's the only one. But I
Do
can
you have an
give it
office
to
credit card or?
Huh?
Do you have an office credit card? Is that what it is, an
Yeah.
office?
my solid guess is that it's maybe something that Brittany paid
I
for.
believe he
for
went
him.
over to a, was it the Snake River? He went over to something in Spokane. What day was that? But I don't know if it's a county. I'm assuming it would be a county. I don't know what.
It probably would be. It just said, like, the charge says Gonzaga U. And I have, like I said, I've got that piece of paper. It's for the same amount. And the date is correct, and I don't remember the date, but it's just essentially a blank piece of paper that just, other than, like, you paid $275. And there's like you can tell there's a link where, like, you could have clicked it to get
Okay.
a receipt, but then
Just to get
yeah,
the,
but all you see is like the name, like click here for receipt, and it's blue. So I can't get to the receipt. I was just wondering if he remembers what it is.
and I'm
Maybe
not able to pull up. I need to go, is it posted on the county website?
Maybe I can message Emily real quick and see if she knows. I sent Emily a message on Teams
Okay.
to see if she knows. So the only other thing that's on Barb's agenda besides the pending decision spreadsheet is the review of the 2025 meeting schedule. And so I guess while we wait for Emily, we could do this if you want. This is just a list of all of the ones that we have right now. I believe Barb sent this one to you also, but we were wanting to know if you guys want to keep this schedule, if you want to keep having these meetings at these times. The other thing that Barb had was that you guys had talked about having a sheriff's office update added, having it every other week instead of once a month. Joey said that he is not available at 8:15 on Monday mornings. So we will ask him for a better time if you
Where's
guys
their
are.
update time right now? It's not in here.
It's on Tuesdays, I really wanna say it's like the third.
Oh, there's another page.
Oh, no,
on it.
sorry, it's the third Monday of each month is the sheriff's office update. And it's from 11:30 to noon. So,
You can take Royal Reach off on my calendar. Parks meeting. Okay, on the second Tuesday of each month, I believe that's when I have my parks meeting.
there is, that very last page, it's miscellaneous meetings.
Oh, is that where that one?
Probably those ones, I think for the most part, that's where like the ones where just one person, one commissioner goes to
Oh, you
those.
don't want, okay.
Anyways, if you guys are wanting the sheriff's office to start having meetings once every other week in January, we'll reach out to Joey this week to find a good time consistently.
And with the start of the year and reestablishing your meeting calendar, would now be a good time for the board to have some discussion as to what they want from these meetings? So we could send something out? Cause periodically, the comments we've made, it's just, people are coming and just saying stuff at us, that's not what we need.
Well, they only meet with you once a month. It's kind of hard. If you can be every other week, then they can give you kind of an update and what issues they're having or things that we need to know. When it's once a month, that's the problem with the sheriff's update is if something happened 2 weeks ago, that was a big deal. It's not a big deal anymore.
Well, and that, definitely is the time to rethink that, to say it would be more meaningful if we had these every other week for half an hour instead of once a month for an hour, or every other week for 15 minutes instead of once a month for 30, or whatever you want.
So Caitlin, can you put on the second Tuesday of each month, the Quincy Park meeting, I think it's at 5 o'clock? Just because it's hit and miss whether it's on my calendar or not, then it will be on there.
You said 6 o'clock?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, sorry.
I probably did say 6 o'clock, but.
You might have said 5 to 6 o'clock, I don't know. Something that might help that, just my small humble deputy clerk opinion, there's only really like 2 or 3 people that actually turn in an agenda for their meetings. So when it comes to like having meaningful discussion, I don't know, I'm just putting that out there, an agenda.
Or we
might
could
help
start just in the
sometimes.
morning and just roll through. When we have cancellations, you just start. And I think we're just used to having a dedicated time, but
I would like dedicated time scheduled. I think budget, we did that and I hated it, so I would definitely rather have it scheduled. I think we would sit here more than we do now if we ran straight through.
Is this your spreadsheet or Barb's spreadsheet?
This guy? But it's Barb's that I helped a little bit.
Okay.
With Barb's.
Let's talk.
pretty much like it's.
It's good, you wanna keep it that way? And then we'll find a time for Joey on
Which one did you say he was now?
the third Monday.
So you could do this first Tuesday.
Well, okay, we do spend a lot of time on the pending spreadsheet, and sometimes we have some issues, sometimes we don't. And I don't know if it's necessarily, it should go under our roundtable and not necessarily Barb's. Because we can spend a lot of time on Barb's update that's not Barb's stuff, so I almost wondered if we do Barb from 9:30 to 10 and just keep it literally the clerk's update. And then if we wanna have our miscellaneous, well, that's what we had the roundtable for, but we don't really talk about things on the roundtable because we do a basically an update for our roundtable. It's just not what I envisioned our roundtable. To me, our roundtable is just kind of a time, I would say a time waster, but
And again.
it's more of a presentation and not, like, I wanna know, okay, what's going on? This would be a great time to talk about like our health district. I need input from the board on that. So instead of it's just like a little presentation, what's going on in your district, what are your boards? So I just don't feel like it's more of a presentation instead of a discussion. So I'd rather move that roundtable back into a roundtable discussion, not a presentation.
Why not just bring up a question that you would have in the roundtable portion?
I could,
I
but
mean, it doesn't. The
I feel
update
like
was
we're-
because we were sitting here like, okay, that's the end of the meeting at, 8 minutes into the meeting. So there wasn't roundtable taking place. So I was trying to add some, what are we up to? So if you had questions of what I was up to, then you'd be able to ask. You'd kind of like start conversation.
But the roundtable ended up being more of a public meeting. I feel like that roundtable that we have today should be on our consent agenda roundtable where everybody's involved. I mean, I feel that our employees probably have other things to do than come and listen to us.
Yeah.
Sit and debate. And
I would agree.
I would call it a commissioner's work session maybe instead of a roundtable because I'm not loving how I feel like it's a time waster.
Well, and I would say with what Caitlin's doing right now, bringing it forward and getting you thinking about that you probably want to have some more discussion for the three of you to see what elements you might want to change. Because sometimes, where it is and part of it is okay, but there needs to be some more instruction or another section, which is now your questions. There's just something that helps prompt that this is what we're doing with it.
We'll help find some.
Getting a table.
Just borrowing this, if you guys don't mind.
No, there's one back here too.
This one folds, I like that one better.
All right, okay, yeah.
I'm sorry to bother, I was trying to be quiet.
No, I thought you were
Back
looking for
door, too.
something.
Huh?
Yeah, you could just look right out the back.
Thank you, I'll bring
You
it
were
back.
quiet.
Yeah, what's that?
You were quiet.
Yeah.
Kudos.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
And then I guess the other thing with the meetings, the weekly meetings, that we wanted to touch on is that there are a couple of people, Development Services and Tom Gaines, I think are maybe the only two, where they have, I think it's once a month, they'll have 2 updates. So like this week, for example, you have the 15-minute update with Development Services today. And then tomorrow, there'll be an hour-long update with Development Services. Do you want to keep those?
Yes, the week to week is pretty important because when we find issues with building and planning, if we run into any issues, Tom usually gives us an update because we cannot meet with Tom outside of a meeting.
Sorry, I just mean that there's 2 meetings there,
Yeah.
like okay.
I think it's still important because we get a different update in the morning that we do, and a lot of times they'll say, and then I'll bring more details to you when we meet later this week. Or
Sure, okay.
Rob, I
Yeah, I like it.
Don't know if there were any other.
So those 15 minutes are the pending highlights that
don't like what's going
we
on.
need to know right now from 2 departments that have a lot of fire behind them.
Mhm.
And then, well, Danny's not here anymore, so I was gonna ask him if he wanted to do this now. The Eastern Washington Council of Governments is looking for a clerk, and that is something that I might be interested in, but
Would they move them from there to here?
I don't know. I don't know the big hurdle right now here is the compensation for it. So right now, the way that it works, the way that it just works, the Council of Governments just gets sent an invoice from the county that is supplying the clerk, and then they pay the invoice, and then it's up to the county whether that would be in addition to the clerk's regular county wages, or if it would be in lieu of a day of pay. And Danny was gonna talk about it a
What
little
is
bit.
the amount that they,
It's, from what I gather, it seems like they pay like the hourly rate that the county is paying the clerk
Okay.
plus mileage reimbursement for the drive there and back, which depending on what the office needs, if I were to do that, it would just be, I would either do it remote or in person. Like if Barb is out that Friday, I would just be here and run it remotely, so that way I can help watch the office. But if Barb is here, then, you know, you've got a clerk here. I would probably just see about making the drive over to be in person if it is still over there.
Where do they hold it?
Right now it's in
Davenport.
Davenport, yes.
But I think that could change. I think it's because the clerk was over there and the
Just from
commission ran it.
Stevens County, so I'm not sure what county Stevens County is, but, so the way, from what I gather, the reason that she is stepping down, it might be because her county chose to do it, pay it in lieu of a day of pay, rather than in addition to a day of pay, and it is extra work that she is volunteering for. And so Danny / I, we're going to bring it to the other two commissioners for your guys's input on how that pay would work if that was something that I were to do. I know that they had expressed some concerns about if it would be at the overtime rate or if it would be at the hourly rate, because it, like, if you were to pay it in addition to,
So instead of a stipend, so I believe the person gets paid, either you're working for the county or you're working for the area aging, or the COG. They weren't doing both.
they were not doing it that way. The Council of Governments was paying an invoice from Stevens County, and then
Okay.
Stevens County was paying the employee for their work.
In addition to, so they'd get paid for 2 days, like on the Friday, because it's always a Friday, so she'd have,
From what I gathered, that is not what they were doing for this clerk. And then the question that Danny and I would be asking is, how would the commissioners here, how would you guys do it if I were to do that? Because the Council of Government said that it is at the county's discretion how they want to distribute those funds. If you want to distribute it as in addition to that, like I would get paid by the county that Friday, and then I would also get that
paid by
extra,
the, so,
yes.
okay.
Or
So in
if they would
effect, the
use-
rate of pay for that work
You
would
get
be
double.
higher than the rate of pay for your daily work. In effect, that's.
Well, you'd get paid by the county and by the COG.
But you wouldn't be working for the county.
it would be.
But the money is still, the
It'd be coming
money
through the county.
is still going to the county, so as far as a wage an hour goes, there's one employer. So what you need to do is either just pay her normal stuff, and that's your reimbursement to make sure, cause that day you didn't get her deputy clerk of the board stuff, so that's where that funding comes from.
Mhm.
Or you could set it up so you're saying, while she does this, they're gonna pay this and we're going to have that daily rate or that day's hourly rate be 10% higher because there's more money and it's a stepping forward thing.
Okay, like a stipend.
But ultimately, because they're doing reimbursement, it's all coming from the employer. So it's our responsibility to set it up and document it in a legal.
So the only, I think, additional, when we did that, is we had an employee, Janice, she got a stipend, but she was not supposed to do it at work. So unless there were some emails, we should try to do those during the office, but everything else was kind of like, if she spent the day with them, she took the day off. So that's my only recollection of, we give some thought how we treat it. So,
I would say that it's definitely a conversation for when Danny is here too, because I'm
Okay.
sure there's something in that explanation that I missed, probably, but
yeah, he just does, I wonder if his earpiece so dead, and he's just still hanging on. Who knows? We lost him somehow.
and then, I guess there was one more thing. I would just like a little bit of clarification. The meeting this morning with Tom, when there were no commissioners here in person, I would just like a little bit of clarification about that.
Technically, we have to have it, there's Danny right there,
Okay,
Danny
You had him
Jones.
lost in backstage.
well,
When you said that, I thought, I wonder if he got left backstage. He did.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear us.
well, not backstage. He would not hear anything that we said backstage.
I will say I did hear everything when I was backstage.
Okay.
Oh, that's terrifying, oh my gosh.
Well, but when we can't hear him
Changes.
backstage though. So when you guys are backstage for executive session, I can't hear you guys.
Okay, so
Main
you
meeting.
checked. That would be a little scary if we did something wrong.
Nope, we did.
Do you have anything to add to this, Danny, then?
Are we moving it over to our county?
I am accessing the agreement that ECOG did with Stevens County, and I will forward that to Caitlin and FYI you guys so you can see it. I haven't read it yet. I just haven't seen it, but I've got it here in an email, and so I will send it over and we can look that over and see what they did.
Okay, and if you can send it to Kirk too.
Okie dokie.
So then, yes, I was just looking for, because I had been told that if there's not a commissioner here in person, that we shouldn't have the meeting. There's something in my eye. I'm so sorry.
That is correct.
Okay.
We're
So,
supposed to have, our policy states that we are supposed to have one commissioner. I wasn't rude. It was, I did send Tom a photo, like, it is so foggy and aligned.
I'm just wondering if there's
So,
something that I should have done.
In
or-
that instance, should she have said, we do not have a commissioner present, so we will not be convening this meeting? Should she speak for the board in that
Well,
instance?
you know, let me read the policy for sure, but I thought, and this is just Barb, I have not read it, that we are supposed to have a, because before we've run without commissioners in here. So we are supposed to, Tom's is more of an update where we didn't take action, but still, I guess talking isn't an action. So let me look at our policy. Let me find our policy on.
Yeah, because
Well, if
I've
it's just the policy, we should update it. But I thought you had to have
I-
one present. But then when she explained it, I
I
thought
did
we had to have a
say-
staff member in the room.
Yes, Danny?
I did say to Tom, I said, I
Is it Danny?
realize we can't have an official meeting. I
Danny, can you
realize
take,
we can't have an official
I don't think you can hear us. Danny, can you take your earpiece out?
I'd like, I'm fine with you giving me an update.
Danny, do you mind taking your earpiece out and see if we can hear you better?
So I think
Can you hear
Caitlin,
me now?
Way better, yes.
Chris.
I think ultimately, I think it comes down to the
You
fact
can hear
of,
me now?
Yeah, much better, yes. I think it's your earpiece.
unless there is truly a restriction saying this is what has to happen, then I think the board reviews their policy, sees what they can update, because it could be, no one's present. You've got to stop it and say, nope, there are no meetings. Or it could be the fact that there's not a quorum, therefore an update could go forward, but no official action could take place. But that could be something they would fine tune, and Caitlin just needs to know what her duties are
Great.
before she.
Where would that policy be underneath? I'm looking, trying to find it.
Yeah.
It's
Can you,
chapter 2. There's
Yeah.
a section called me.
can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I told Tom this morning, I said, hey, Tom, I know we can't do any action or have any official meeting. I said, but I don't have a problem with you giving me an update because we're not going to take any action on it. So I may have made a mistake there, but that's how it processed.
Well, and due to a technical error, that meeting wasn't recorded also. So there's that other policy.
So for our,
2.0410 of the code. The Board of County Commissioners Board shall conduct its formal business meeting on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Board Board of County Commissioners are in session each Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday except holidays.
Wait, can I pull it up when I put 2.04.10? By 2.24, 2.2. Oh, do I need to go into our intranet? Probably is my problem. Meetings, found it.
I'm not seeing,
Maybe we didn't change it. So we're probably good.
I'm not seeing that there's at least on the code, when I'm looking at meetings and in session and electronic remote attendance. I'm not finding. And it does say participation may include voting on any matter before the board. Executive sessions shall not require the physical presence of any board member.
Okay, so I guess it wasn't updated. So we're good.
Let's take that back to Barb to see if she's got something else.
I don't see where it's been. I'm looking at the COVID one where we can. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Okay, one board member must be physically present at any regular meeting or special meeting. Executive session shall not require the physical presence of any board member.
What number are you on?
It's a 2.04-030A. Two point oh four -030A.
So Emily responded, and sorry, we're jumping back like 6 bullet points. There is
No, it's totally
100,
fine.
there's 100,000 scheduled, or nope, budgeted for Grant County and Law Outreach for next year.
100?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are short 100,000.
So when Barb does that contract, do you still want her to do it just for 100,000? Did you want to do the 200,000 that they requested and then try to
Need to
find
do a
it?
budget extension. Okay, animal outreach. That would be. I thought we voted on something, but was that this year?
I know that you guys
There was some
approved,
discussion between Danny.
I know you guys approved the 70,000 for this year. I don't remember how
We
you
had it
voted
on our
on
budget.
that.
We had it. I don't know if it was pulled, there was an ask, and I thought it was for this year, but then Danny thought it was for next year. I honestly, because we went back and forth so many times, I don't know what actually happened.
I can look real quick if you
Okay.
want.
Yes, and I think I can answer that question.
And I'm not confused. Maybe I'm not looking at the right thing.
No, it took me a bit, and it could be an old one.
Oh,
Right here.
yeah, because I'm going into this.
Okay, no, I just went through the intranet,
Okay,
so that's, but I'm just
well, we'll
right
get,
here.
yeah,
And because I didn't see it in the last one, then I clicked the link.
Okay.
I clicked this link, ordinance
I'll
number
see.
2209 CC.
we'll work with Barb to make sure we know what the
So I don't know, yeah.
most approved one and bring it back to you guys for discussion.
Then 31522. When I clicked that link, let me make sure it was the link. Yeah. So I guess we could read whichever one we want if they're all listed.
Can you forward that link to me?
How do I forward the link? Shoot, okay. Prior, okay.
Your 3 buttons are might be a forward. Nope, there is not. So the other then would
Okay, so let
be,
me see if this will, no, see, I thought it was this. Oh, let me see.
let's export it.
Should still be there. The one board member. I don't even know how to do that, I don't, okay, so share.
Probably the easiest is if you go back to where you had seen it,
Okay. Let me make sure.
click up there and copy in the
Okay,
address,
so click right here,
Uh-huh.
copy.
and then open an email. And then
Maybe, it will.
send an email to me, paste that into it, and then with both those, I can give them both to Barb and we'll figure out where we're going.
Oh, I look at my phone, it was 5:11, okay. Gosh, I can't even read it. Okay, I just sent it in the, like, see if you got that, or if I need to, I think I put it in the body of the letter, or in the. Make sure it goes through, okay.
Thank you.
The decision for the 2025 funds, it was withdrawn.
That was pulled, okay, thank you for looking that up.
So
I'm
2025
sorry,
contract.
I missed what Caitlin said.
It was pulled,
Yeah. So for the 2025 contract, do you want her to just write it for 100,000?
when's it due?
Soon.
Okay.
Soon. I'm not sure how soon, but soon.
Well, I thought we told them we would give them 200, but maybe not, maybe we didn't vote on it, so. We probably should put it on the agenda since it's not in our budget, we'll have to take action on it somewhere. Those who take action, is it okay to take action in this room, or do we? I think we need to put it on as an agenda item.
I can put it back on the,
I put it on as an
100% next
agenda
week.
action, then it's documented.
Yeah, you guys would have made that decision on the 4th.
yeah, and it was on consent and it was withdrawn then.
Because I think it was for 2025.
Yes. And then the next week was the one for the 2024 request.
So we'll put it back on the agenda.
Also have, and I guess, Danny, you can tell me if this was figured out or not. I had a little sticky note. It was for WASAC, the travel reimbursement. It says if Rob is on the boards, what does he get reimbursed for? Do we need to budget more for travel and training for like the Columbia River Caucus, WASAC, LSC?
We've talked about that a few times.
Are we
I
supposed
think-
to be?
I think that I think Barb left plenty in the when she proposed our travel and training budget for the BOCC. I think there was enough in there to cover somebody, whoever was going to be on the LSC or Columbia River Caucus.
Danny, my question is on the Columbia River Caucus, is that something that the commissioners have always been on, or is that something that you added on?
I think Richard
That
was on.
was something that we were always on.
Okay, so Richard was actually on a lot of boards, water boards, because of the irrigation district. When he stepped down from the irrigation district, he continued having them as county boards, but they weren't necessarily county. I mean, it benefited the county, but
Basically, Wasac wants anybody, any county who's along the Columbia River and affected by that issue to be on the Columbia River Caucus.
thank you, Danny.
Well, it's 10:23, but was there anything on the pending decision spreadsheet that you guys wanted to discuss?
I don't think there's anything. Well, we need to put on the animal outreach. But if we put it on the animal outreach 2025.
I can put that on consent next week.
Okay.
Moses Lake did vote to not use the pallet shelters, so their official vote is tomorrow. So if that happens, we're going to have to figure out if we need to draft something or what we do to request the ARPA money back. And then we're gonna need to reallocate it. But I'll know for sure tomorrow.
We could, let's talk about that, this time is it? Their meeting's tomorrow night. We could do I just put it towards the coroner's office,
Yeah,
if they don't, just,
there's quite a few little things we could do. We didn't do any money for the amphitheater roads. We could do some towards Drumheller, we could do all towards the morgue. There's plenty of projects.
gosh, we might need a tower for the cell tower.
Yeah, we can't put one in. We tried that.
Okay, is there anything else, 10:25? Thank you, Caitlin. So it's 10:25, we are in recess until 10:30 when we have the commissioners' work session. Is, good morning, Secretary, we're here for our commissioner discussion.
And we may have some real estate discussions that we need to go into executive session about.
Right off the bat.
We just move.
So how long, Tom, do you think the discussion will take?
No more than,
10 minutes? 15?
no more than 10 minutes.
So from 10:31 to 10:41, we have real estate acquisition. Is it acquisition or sale?
Acquisition and sale?
Okay. So RCW 4231.10.1B, RCW 4231.10.1C. Okay, so from 10:31 to 10:41.
Tested that orange box.
Commissioners,
That's-
it's 10:41.
That's within the port's purview, and they would be the permitting authority.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so we wouldn't even deal with the city of Moses Lake there. But, okay. Well, I've got a direction.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right, hey Danny, while you're online, we got an email on the Eastern Washington COG agreement. And you weren't on, or we couldn't hear from you. Do you want to take a minute and discuss that? Are they moving it out of Stevens County?
Yeah,
Really?
so I forwarded that. I forwarded that on the contract Stevens County had to you. And so while I've been
Sir Danny,
on
you're
the
breaking
ECOG,
up again.
handled the duties that are outlined basically in that. I'm sorry. Ferry County was handling the clerk, and then when she resigned, now they're looking for a permanent one on that kind of a contract.
Are they moving, I didn't catch, are they moving the Eastern Washington COG, are they moving it out of that county?
No, I think they would all want to stay at Davenport as far as do clerk. Nobody else has volunteered except for Caitlin in any of the counties.
Okay.
Did you catch all that?
Yes, nobody's offered, asked to do except for Grant County.
Yeah, in the meeting in September, they said, "Hey, could anybody ask some of their, any of their clerks, would they want to do this?" And so I said, "Well, I can ask." And when I asked Barb and Caitlin, I thought that it was kind of a little extra income. That's what I thought. I'm not so sure of that anymore, but I guess we could decide what we do with that if she, puts in that work on the COG.
Yeah, that would be a great, maybe we can run that by HR to see how we would handle that.
On the other stuff that we were probably going to discuss today, I haven't been able to do any work on, but I would suggest that we just put a list together of potential other places to put some of this money we're talking about, whether it's the pallet money or the couple $100,000 that looks like we'll have left over in the non-county area. I think it'd be pretty easy to move what's left in the non-county area probably into the coroner's office on soft cost in some way, like HVAC, like we did for the Port of Cooley City, for zero pressure rooms or something. It's a facility that has enhanced its workload because of COVID. So I think that we could move some soft costs over there.
Yep.
Other than that, I think like Rob was saying, we need to figure out what that list is of things we would utilize the rest of the funds for, if there's anything besides the coroner office out of the county funds.
Okay, I think Susie was asking for additional. Did we give Susie additional funds?
She She then got back to us again and said, no, she doesn't need any other funds.
Well, maybe we can go towards animal outreach because, and then it wouldn't require a budget extension because we're short like 100,000. Because definitely animal outreach was impacted by COVID because everybody got a dog and then they are.
Well, if we put 100 extra toward animal outreach from the county funds, that would require us to have that COVID connection. If we moved 100 out of the non-county, yeah, you would. Use that. So I hear you, Rob, on the kind of things you were talking about. I'll try to list those out. We'll talk about the things that you just mentioned, Cindy, and I'll try to put a list together for a future meeting because, yeah, we've only got like 3 weeks to finalize something on consent that says what we're doing, how we're allocating.
Okay. Anything else? Over here, your thoughts on the director of the pay scale increase? Did you get the increase?
I haven't been able to read it yet, Cindy. I can't download it. Can you tell me she's at 135 now?
35, and so the scale will, I believe she'll jump to 165 or 170. It's pretty high because if she's on like step 6, they would move her to step 6. So I'm like, that doesn't necessarily happen when you do an increase, but it's a significant increase, and they will be hiring a new position. And they said, basically the director will do HR. She does the HR component. I'm like, well, they were supposed to hire somebody to help with their HR, and they do have an attorney, so that person, like any other director, will be handling some HR, but they're not necessarily the HR director there. It will increase some of kind of doing the comparables with others on there in the medical. Some of their leads, I think they're topping out at like 160, and that's in the medical. And it's kind of hard to differentiate between, they do some medical, but they also do some county. And that's where I guess we had a bit of a discussion where when they're issuing permits, that's kind of like a county function, not necessarily 100% medical. And so I think it doesn't necessarily need to be compensated as a medical facility. So just going, but yeah, I think the director would land at currently right now at 165 or 170, which is higher than, it's pretty high.
But these comparisons you sent, they max out at, this one says 287, 175, 175, 178, 182, 135, 135, 160.
Yeah, do you see where they're doing the comparables from?
Yeah. Yeah, I see all that. I'm just saying, like, the ceilings on those are not any different.
Are you looking at the one? I'm looking at a spreadsheet right now, Rob, that I was running behind you a little bit there. The top one is Shalane Douglas on the director administrator at 160.
Yeah. I mean, you guys wouldn't have to go to a step 6, obviously, but just looking at those comparable counties, I mean, most of those are top out higher than that one. It's hard for me to compare Skagit.
Well, and Yakima is much larger
Thurston,
than we are. Thurston's much larger than we are.
Well, it's also 100,000 more.
Kitsap. When you're looking at
The deputy director at Yakima tops out at 200, so.
Where did you see that, Rob?
It'll be
Yakima,
in that spreadsheet, one of the spreadsheets I sent you, the salary
I know,
data.
I'm looking, oh, the 195 top out. I see, okay. So Cindy, the bottom dollar for you is, this is too much.
No, I just said I'd bring it back to you. It just seems like our comparables, it's really hard. Like, I think we would all love to have Thurston, Yakima, and Franklin, those thrown in as our comparables, but they're technically higher. They have a bigger population. So, and I guess I'm a little confused because they're talking like in 3 years, they're gonna go out and advertise, so they wanna have a salary base to go advertise, where sometimes when you move somebody up a step, you don't put them right if they're currently at a 6, you don't put them at a 6, you kind of start them at a 1. But I think they wanted to put, director at like a 3, maybe we could do a 3 on the step, but they said it would, or they're starting at a 3, but if she's at step 6 or 7, she's gonna be at the 6 or 7. It was just to me, I thought it was a very large increase with the comparables, not, when I did our comparables with our neighboring counties, and our administrator, our department heads, I think they top out at, kind of where they are starting at, so. You're looking at the county level versus health district level, much different.
Do you see it as much different?
Where our department heads are tapping out like at 140 and 145. And that's when they're just starting that one. I feel like we need to.
how many employees are at the health district?
43. 41 or 43. 39 to 43. And the deputy administrator, I think for succession planning, hoping that would be the new administrator, but to me,
Do they have a deputy?
no, that would be a new position that they would put on. So that would take some of the duties off of the current administrator. And yeah, succession planning, so when the administrator retires, but typically the administrator doesn't hire a deputy administrator to take over. I feel like the board should probably be interviewing that position.
So what does the board say on this salary study?
I think it was a little overwhelming, and I was part of the team that looked into additional salaries, so Sheila Chilson was on, and so she looked at kind of in her world, she brought more of the medical, I brought more of the county perspective, and it's definitely high in the county perspective, and medical, it would have probably fit right in if they were a medical director.
What do you think Sheila's going to say?
Pardon me?
What do you think Sheila's going to say?
Well, she looks at the medical, medical, they typically do pay higher. So that's the figures that she was looking at are more in the medical.
Yeah, but
The health district does have a medical, we do have a doctor there that our public health officer. And I don't know how many registered nurses we have working there.
I would sure be. I mean, for me, everything below the administrator numbers seem kind of in line to me, but when you start, but if you're going to put everybody at a 6 or wherever they're going to go on this, that changes things because this is jumping pretty fast. What's the percentage increase on? Oh, it's 5%.
Well, it would-
5%, 5%, 3.5%, 3.5%, and 3.5%. Okay.
We have Kirk in the room. Kirk could give us an outline. Kirk, if you had a position at 135, creating a new wage schedule, and step 1 is at 140, and step 2 is at 148, step 3 at 155, step 4 at 160, step 5 at 166, step 6 at 172.
Well, here, I can just forward it to you.
140, 147, I would think would start at step 2 would make sense.
We would, the standard practice would be to bring them, if there's a reclassification, a market review done, to bring them into the step that would give the enter to the new wage scale at the location that would give them a step increase, so about 2%. Just because they've been here 6 years doesn't mean they go to step 5.
It'll be a 45% increase for the position, and I just think that's extremely steep.
Because reclassification does a couple things. One, it does potentially give someone more money, but it gives them more earning potential to grow into it. It doesn't mean that it's a jump.
Yeah, so honestly, starting out of step 1 would make sense.
Well, and I had to beg for them because they started in step 3, so the minimum would have started at 155. That would have been because nobody's gonna come on. There's no way we could hire somebody to do this job for 140, but yet they're paying the current director 135.
Yeah.
And a lot of times people will make the assumption, I am at step 5, so if it changes, I need to go to step 5 because that's my right place. No, it's not your right place. Your right place is what your employer offers to pay you.
Okay, well, I just wanted to bring this to the board and get their input. We have a health district meeting. Danny, were you at the last one last month? I don't think you were there.
I was online. Until it got to the middle of this discussion. And I missed out on where you guys concluded on that.
We decided to take a break and have a committee because it was going way too late.
It doesn't seem like, you're a member of that committee and I'm still seeing that you're struggling even with where the committee came to.
Well, I think it was a recommendation of not so much the committee. I will say the committee was pretty open. It was the person doing the salary survey who was pretty much adamant that no, if you're at step 7, you start at step 7. I don't know where Sarah is from, I don't know how they found Sarah, but Sarah is definitely
I thought she was from the accounting firm.
Maybe, but the numbers that she had grabbed.
CLA, Clifton, Larson, and Allen.
But when I did comparables, she argued that, well, you don't know what, I go to the conferences, I know what they're getting paid, I know what the duties are, what they're similar to, and which I can't argue with, but I don't know if everybody was on board with what Sarah had to say, but we were just.
And I think philosophically, I would anticipate there to be a little bit of a disconnect between what is traditionally a county government way of looking at expense and what is a healthcare way of looking at expense. Partially why the healthcare industry has the problems it has, because it goes top dollar before it considers anything else. But I would anticipate 2 different approaches.
Which they do, in some medical, but it's not.
I definitely would feel that if there's a classification that you would start the administrator at 170, she should be down at step one. If she's got about 135 now, going to 140 is, acceptable to me. But the amount of money added on each step is a little wild to me.
Yeah, no, they definitely did some big jumping, so. And then she was supposed to send me because when I looked at as a whole, you can go to, what is she, Teresa's a part of that board, the Washington State Health or Health District. If you kind of do all of theirs, which again, our starter matrix was much, much higher than the data that I pulled when I Googled it, the WASOFL. WASOFL prints something every year. And again, that's where but Sarah said she pulled, knowing those that do the administrator portion, like the health district, that's kind of where she pulled from those counties, even though they're larger. I just want to make sure we're at 10:55. Danny, we're actually over our meeting that we're supposed to have. Sure. So it is 11:02. Is there anything else as we're over?
Nope, I would just say that, do a standard for the county. Increase off the 135 and try to have the step low enough that there's room to grow. Other than that, I won't be involved in that discussion at all.
Okay, well, thank you for your input. Danny and
Yeah,
I,
and thanks for bringing this to us.
Sadly, I won't be at that one.
well,
Darn
I'm
it.
really hoping we can get these. There's really no reason that they need to go for 3 hours. Okay, 11:03, we are in recess until 1 o'clock and we meet for the Commissioners Roundtable. Welcome, you're here for the commissioners roundtable.
Hello, Cindy.
We had debate this morning, there's only one commissioner, Danny's online, and Danny is, okay. Yeah, well, he was here earlier, I just didn't know if he left.
I think he left out there. But I have to see pictures up there with his clinical in his office. They're really cool. I need to frame them all.
Danny is online.
Okay, Danny is online, so we can go ahead and get started. Here. Commissioners roundtable, review of consent agenda items. Danny, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. No, I can't see anything.
There's really nothing to see, it's just me. It's maybe a good thing. You're not missing much, Danny. There was discussion this morning of following the recommendation of tourism. And item number 4, with Cooley Creative not approving that contract, but approving contract, giving the contract. Item number 5. Following up, that we had discussion. Anybody in the room before we jumped into our agenda? It's extremely boring. Do you have any comments on the agenda?
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Very good. Okay. Danny, do you have any comments on the agenda or questions?
Yeah, first of all, sorry about my voice, folks. Not being there. Number 22, for services, we're pulling that one. I've marked that for pulling because of Tom Gaines's request. We just discussion to have yet on that.
Just a minute. On number 2, it's new. The Thriving Together. You want to pull that?
Item number 2, Cindy.
Oh, okay. 2, not 22.
Sorry. Yeah, on 4 and excuse me, I sound like in puberty here. 4 and 5. Caitlin has asked us to pull number 4, and consider number 5. And I'm really struggling with number 5. I'll just put that out there today. The almost doubling of the contract size, and I really I don't know. Is this the only income that this person have? They run a company called Cooley Creative, but it sounds like they're looking for this to be their mainstay. Caitlin, is that your opinion?
From looking at LTAC receipts from the Grand Coulee Dam Chamber of Commerce, I do know that she is contracted with them. I don't know how many other places she's contracted with. She did say that this rate that she's requesting is standard for marketing managers. And she did the studies with the comparables or something. She just has her little bit there. But
Danny, I'm going to jump in. I don't think we know how many employees or how big it is. So I don't know if that's a question that we can really be asking ourselves. I think if it's the rate that the marketing managers get.
I mean, I think it's fair to ask any question for a contract, but on this one, the only thing I don't like is she took the commission off of her marketing funds. she's losing those because the budget got cut down for 25, but she still wants to make the same amount. So in essence, you're gonna be paying less marketing out and paying her more percentage wise, which I don't really agree with either, but tourism committee is advising it.
Is it common for a person to get a percentage of contracts they find?
That was the past practice here. I don't know elsewhere, but that was Burke Marketing's
She did say
contract.
that, sorry, she did say that other marketing managers did do that for a while, and that actually a lot of them, most of them have moved away from that and into the one standard rate for the whole year without receiving the commission. She had actually said that she was surprised that the commissioners didn't remove this sooner.
Yeah, I just see the potential for conflict of interest is tremendous. On number 6, is this the EDC budgeted amount? Did we put that into the budget?
Yeah.
Okay. And on number 8 with Zach and Potts and Associates, I'm in favor of it as far as, but making sure it's being paid after January 1, so that it's on the 25 budget. And is district court represented there for number 17?
Yes.
Just wondering where the extra is going to be paid from. There wasn't a mention of what account it was coming from.
It's coming from the same ARPA AV account. There's enough in there to cover it. It's just over, the sales tax was just over by that like $170 than was originally approved in consent.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is Public Works represented there for number 19?
Yes.
Is that Dave or Andy? I don't see on legal sign off on the bridge replacement contract. I noticed you'd marked that they had seen it, but I didn't see the sign off. Is that all signed off on?
Do you normally sign off on all the big contracts with WashDOT? It's a standard form. We can't change it anyways. It's the local area agreement between the county and WashDOT.
I don't recall if I've done them before. I couldn't say. I just generally know I review a lot of contracts. I couldn't say specifically for this one.
So Danny,
yeah,
and just start talking here. It's atypical. So this is it's not normally done for the road contracts.
I don't know. My point is I don't recall, but I don't recall a lot of the contracts I review. I just use too many of them.
So this is a local area agreement between WashDOT and the county, and it is a standard contract that we're not actually allowed to change anything on as well. So that's probably the reason why it hasn't gone through in the past.
Okay, well, it was marked on the sheet for consent. It was marked that yes, it had gone to legal and was approved. So that's what, but I didn't see the signature or anything. So that's why I was asking.
Danny, number 19?
Yeah, number 19.
19 is marked as not applicable for legal review.
Okay, well, I missed that one. I apologize. I thought that was marked the other way. And Dave, the reader boards, are they in your budget for 2025 or 2024 that we're asking for purchase? Just making sure that that's.
Sorry to jump in. So I think part of the reason, maybe some of the confusion, if I'm seeing this right, what was scanned in as the WSDOT local agency agreement is actually the public defense's professional services agreement. And from what I'm looking at.
Like, did the bookmark get put in the wrong spot, or was it?
Yeah.
So to answer on 20, the signs are part of the CRP 2307 Silica Road widening project. So they're specifically identified by the board for purchase. However, it's just unusual because it's outside, it's not being done by the contractor. The contractor is done with the work on Silica Road. And remember, this was done by a REIT grant. And
Right.
part of the requirement of the CRP was to purchase these reader boards that basically the sheriff's department can receive, and they would be something that the sheriff's department could change on the fly. They're cellular, they're solar, and you could leave them off if you wanted to, or you could use them to reroute traffic. So this is something that was part, but we went out for quotes, because again, this is unusual. This is not the contractor purchasing it. It's us in the county as part of that CRP. So I thought it best to have the board sign off on it. So you'll see that there's a local provider that is for 173. It's the very first of the quotes.
Yeah, I was just making sure it was still out of the money that we had allocated for that widening project.
Correct. We have 243,000 still left, and the lowest quote came in at 173.
Super. That's what I need to know, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Danny, I did do some research just really quick on my computer. It looks like the two places that I've seen for marketing managers, they do get paid a commission, which is usually around 15%. So I don't know what Truly Creative was charging for the commission on top of so they get paid in 3 different ways, but that is a portion of so it is in the norm.
They were doing the marketing retainer plus 50%.
Okay. 15%. Okay, so that's within the scope of.
Yeah, I would be happy to review any of those contracts for marketing. I've got over 25 years of experience, so if anybody wants to, if you want some input from somebody else.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Okay, any other questions or comments on the agenda?
That's all I had.
Okay, so, Commissioner, I'm gonna just jump to the bottom instead of the district updates. The Washington State Department of Transportation surplus property. We have that, I'm sure at the bottom.
Yes, there's an email, and they also called. David said that he could talk about it a little bit too, but there's a parcel. They're asking if the county is interested in it.
Okay, and previously when they asked, we were not interested, but then there's been some information that possibly we could use it for shrub step mitigation.
About 50 acres, half of it to the west appears to be high quality shrub step. And then about 50 acres to the east, all the way up to the Adams County line is a reclaimed washed-out pit, which could be replanted as well, and so it could be could be used as mitigation as well. It all depends on how much they're asking for it. But, it could be used as a mitigation bank for shrub step. But this is a lot of speculation because obviously we would need a professional to look at it to make those determinations.
Was there any conversation with Development Services about the site?
Chris Young here, Commissioner. Yeah, Dave sent Jim and I the email. We're in agreement that, any good shrub step county-owned property is good. It would have been very beneficial part of this jail project. But again, it is contingent on how much they want for the property.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a possibility we would want to move forward, Caitlin, and ask what the cost would be. Okay, anything else on that surplus property? Sagebrush, high dollar.
Yeah.
Okay, Moses Lake Irrigation Rehabilitation District Board of Directors application.
Yes, we just got one
We have
application.
Sam, our director, our new director for that.
So the one application from Sam Dart, and then you also got the recommendation from Sam Castro for this application.
Okay, and then it is closed, we advertise and it's closed for you. Okay, so this is the only applicant, and we did our due diligence. So would this go on, let's see right here, is this on our agenda or what?
No, I was told that you guys would review the applications and decide if you were going to be interviewing or how you guys wanted to go forward with that.
Okay, we see the applications. I just don't know what meeting I think we're all very familiar with Sam Dart. He's been an employee here at the county, a valued employee at the county, so I have no reservations. And we've done like we said, we did our due diligence, advertised, there were no other applicants. I just don't know what meeting, if we need to put it on roundtable.
Well, if you guys want to appoint him, I can put it on consent next week.
Okay, are you in a hurry? Do you need it before
No, the timing for us, Cindy, is once the Board of Commissioners makes their appointment, this position this individual will hold that position after January 1 of 2025.
Okay, so we can put it on next week's agenda.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Sometimes, the irrigation district has had a large meeting in December that they needed the
Yes.
board member.
It's not the case. I think the question has been raised to me as to whether or not the district would recommend someone be appointed for a short period until then, but it is not the recommendation that we are making today just because of the timing. And so I do want to go on record that I did receive a request from a Board of County Commissioners about 3 weeks ago, asking if I would make a recommendation of anyone. And at that particular time, I didn't know of anyone that had even considered it, so I didn't have a recommendation. In between that time, I have been approached by Mr. Dart. He approached me as he learned that I was being solicited for this position and asked some very specific questions about the assessment role, the assessment methodology. About 2 weeks ago, he approached me again in this building and asked me the same question. At that point, I said, hey, are you aware that there is a vacancy? And he was not aware of it. And I said, this would be a great opportunity for you to consider a position and someone like you who's got a lot of interest, who's raising a lot of questions. It's a perfect time. And so he shared with me that he had an interest. And because of his interest, I felt that it was essential for me to notify the Board of County Commissioners and the Moses Lake Irrigation Rehabilitation District commissioners or directors, that there was a vacancy and that I would recommend anyone and everyone who has an interest to come forward and put their name in the hat, if you will. Unfortunately for our district, there was only one applicant, and in this particular case, I still stand behind my conviction to make that recommendation of Mr. Dart. And so thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
When did the application process for that close?
I believe that the website indicates that it was closed at 5 p.m. on Friday.
Okay.
Okay, so Caitlin, if you can put on next week's agenda, so we can move forward on that, since we're all very aware of Mr. Dart and his capability of filling in. Are they directors or?
They would be
board members?
Board of Directors, yes.
And I'm so sorry, I have one more sticky note that I missed. There was something on consent this week, I think it was number 9, the ARPA beneficiary agreement between Crossroads Resource Center. Rebecca?
Thank you for
Yes.
reminding me. Yeah. So I did want to make the commissioners aware that I do financially donate to this organization. So I didn't have time to get Kevin to look at the contract because he was out of town. So I did go ahead and sign off on it. I wanted to make you aware that there was that financial conflict. However, I believe it's waivable, so if you want to just accept the contract reviewed by myself with my signature, that's totally fine. If you would like Kevin to review it, I can certainly pass it over to him and we can just set it over to next week.
But this is a beneficiary agreement that many others have signed and you're okay with it. It's basically
It is a standard beneficiary agreement, however, each agreement is slightly different with the description and different things like that. So like I said, it would be up to the commissioners. I don't feel like let me rephrase that. I feel like I can provide a objective review of the contract. I don't feel like I'm conflicted. But I'm happy to give that to Kevin if you would prefer.
Okay, so I'm okay with the review since it's, I don't want to say boilerplate because that doesn't exist, but it's a contract that we have used multiple times, just changing the name and the value amount, so. Rob?
I'll
Yeah.
add something to that, Cindy, is that each applicant has a scope of work within this, and this was just defined as the scope of work. As I wrote it up in that area, I wrote it up just to reflect exactly their application as to what they were going to utilize the funds for. And so that's their only significant change between some of this and some other nonprofits. So I have ultimate confidence that Rebecca can do this without prejudice, and I think it's a clear path.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Rob?
Good with that.
Okay. Moving forward on that one then. Okay, anything else on the agenda? Okay, thank you, Caitlin, for bringing that up. Okay, Commissioner District updates?
I'll be quick because my voice is just so cool. We had a center senior living event that was a report on their survey, their study on the viability of a senior center going in, a senior living establishment going into the old center grade school in Grand Coulee. And that was held at the Voltage coffee shop in Grand Coulee on Tuesday. I missed that because of illness, and here I am back again on a Monday sick. So I did receive the PowerPoint and to review. Seems their study deems it viable, and they're going to move forward trying to raise the funds for that. On Wednesday, I attended the pump storage hydropower study meeting online. That'll be my last meeting with them, but may continue just as a public participant. It's a very interesting study for potential. And the next event is going to be about gravity storage rail and some other opportunities for maybe some power storage. Thursday was our Greater Team monthly check-in with the ERP system. I'll let others reflect on that. Excuse me. The Afraid of Forward meeting was the same day. And sorry, attended that and then went to the KB Community Connect meeting at the Gorge. And both of you were there. You can respond to that. I'll stop there.
I didn't even see that.
Rob, District 2?
Okay, so I met with Jim McCarran and we discussed future point of sale system options that he's been looking at and just discussed them. I went on the Chelan County Juvenile Tour with Swahil and we looked at that facility, talked about just future plans, kind of what it costs to operate, how much per bed, it costs them to run the facility, and just kind of made me think that that's the best option for Grant County to continue doing that for the time being. We had a homeless task force meeting. We set a plan to have a work session for the task force. Caitlin is setting that up. And then we set a meeting for the service providers / grant recipients to start working on the best way to manage coordinated entry as a group. We did have the Community Connect gathering. That was at Cave B, hosted by EDC in part with Live Nation. Good event. We run these in Moses Lake area quite a bit, so it's cool to be getting it outside. This summer we were in Quincy at Jones Winery, and then this time at Cave B. So kind of cool that we're starting to get other parts of the county involved in what we're already doing a little bit. I have my NACO leadership still going. I think I have 2 more weeks. This week I'll be running the breakout session. Busy at the Live Nation event. I didn't make it to Tippecop, but we had Tippecop this week also. Joe, in the future, I don't know how, but it'd be good to be able to push that out to us a little harder.
To what?
Just get it in front of us so that we, make an appearance, give you some money. Because this year I actually didn't know until it was too late. So Friday we had the Ag Parade in Moses Lake, and then Saturday the Farm Family Brunch. And that's it.
Thanks for the update. I think also, were you there for the Tyler?
I was not.
Okay.
I think I was
Moving forward
Wenatchee.
and go team. Yeah, well, there's a couple things, but all the tasks, like 400 some odd tasks that have been completed, so moving forward on Tyler Tech. Some of it has been a little easier than others. Some sections that sounds like has some big bumps in the road. Danny's going away party will be next Thursday, I think 1 to 3. Is that right? Guessing on that. Rob, this week you'll have the George wastewater. Thank you for going to that because I've got an area aging meeting. But George, they're just talking about Live Nations. They have a ton of wastewater instead of using the portables, maybe coordinating with the city of George, an entity of municipality, and working to take care of the huge influx of wastewater that comes. George is a little reluctant to be taking on that project in case Live Nations, they were to go away, then they would be stuck with this overbill system that they could not charge. There's also, I believe, the Department of Ecology, they're not permitting lagoons for solid waste lagoons for different septic companies. So this would be an opportunity as we are requiring our farmers to have orchards. Every orchard has to have so many porta potties. There's not going to be a place to get rid of the waste there. So that, we did talk about that previously, maybe having that set up for taking that waste. It has to go somewhere and you're kind of either mandated, but yet we don't allow them to put it anywhere, so we're kind of in a catch-22. And I think that's about, Live Nations. They're very, very happy with the road, the traffic, apparently the improvements. So Sam and Dave, thank you. Sam Casher was here for previous public works director, and Andy, huge, just talking to the neighbors, the impact that has had on them. So thank you for the quick action to widen the road, put that extra lane in there. We're still having complaints over, and I don't know how to solve it, the tower, the cell service. The director at Live Nation said, general manager said that, once they're in the facility in the gorge, they believe that they can handle with the towers that they have there, but it's when the traffic is coming in at the campgrounds, they're having some issues, and the neighbors are when they're trying to use their cell phones. And kind of a new complaint, apparently the campgrounds, we've got some thriving campgrounds off-site from the gorge. They're not really connected with the gorge. They're kind of some solo independent campgrounds. And the music and the things that are happening in those campgrounds are a bit of an issue. So I'm looking over here at Chris, I don't have an address, but it sounds like we've got some very loud, active nightlife that's going on that may be interrupting the neighbors that are not really associated right there with the gorge. 100%. So that is my update for District 3. Other than that, it's pretty quiet. Sam?
If I may follow up on one of the issues that you just mentioned regarding cellular availability around the gorge. One thing you might want to consider is the county has contracts with US Cellular, Verizon, and others up here on the hillside. And so I'm not certain who's managing those contracts, but I believe that those 3 contracts that the county has are expired. And so that could be a negotiating tool with the county and the cellular service providers, is to somehow negotiate through those contracts the necessity for them to establish better repeaters in that particular area. And so that's just a suggestion.
Tom Gaines and I worked on this quite a bit last year and a little bit the year before. And there wasn't really a lot the county can do for the service. The providers had plans, but I don't remember if we signed the NDAs or not. T-Mobile has the best service and latency and everything out there. So T-Mobile's been building that area, whereas Verizon, AT&T weren't. One of them had a plan to build it, but it was like 5 years at that time. The other one didn't have a plan to build out in there. So a lot of them are starting to buy the T-Mobile plans because they have service there. But we have tried a lot. PUD has been willing to work with us also, but at the end of the day, we're not providing the signal.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's, well, and that, Caitlin, if you can just run that across, I think Barb does our contract, so we can look into that. But it might be an opportunity to leverage some help. So thank you. That is a large city on weekends, our largest city in Grant County there when they're on a concert, so. So thank you. Anything else for our roundtable? Okay, well, it is 1:32. We are in recess until 2 o'clock. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, good afternoon. It's 2:00. We are here for the commissioners meeting with Public Works. Welcome, Public Works.
Good afternoon. So our first discussion topic is the accounts receivable and the motor pool, all the billing for all the motor pool vehicles. It is backlogged. Our finance manager hasn't been available, and we are trying to figure out how to run the calculations and get the information out of the Phoenix fuel system, out of CAMS, and we are not having any success.
Just don't mess it up.
No, but it's gonna affect every department that uses motor pool or ER&R. Where I talked to, I think it was Heidi Creed, she had an idea of maybe estimating cost so that they could pay it by the end of the year. We're working on it, but we're running out of year, so it's not looking good.
Yeah, because if you could do our budget, like Daryl says, our revenue is not up, our expenses are down. So if you could hit it in the 2024 and literally do a budget, like a pretty decent charge, and then we can fix it in January, but I think most of the budgets are under.
Well, we have Shiloh Nellis, she has been really trying. She's running into problems where she doesn't have the access required to get the information, things like that. So TS has been helping us get those when we can. It's just, December 9th.
Do an estimate. If you can't get the actuals, just do an estimate, and it is what it is. And then
we apologize, but Jira's a key member and we are feeling her absence.
Yeah, she deserves to be home with her baby, so. No.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry. Did you want to make that request on the first one?
Well, Danny, is that?
Sorry, there are 5 call-in users.
Danny, are you okay with doing an estimate if they can't get the actuals here soon?
Yeah, what's the chances of going back and looking at an average of the last 11 months or 10 months and coming up with a figure that'll get you pretty close?
And we have that information. We do not have the billings for October, November, and soon it will be December. So we have the rest of the year.
Okay. Yeah, I would just do the best, and if you overbill, it'll work out next year.
Okay.
And how about October, November, and December of 23?
Oh, there you go. That's a good idea. We'll do that. Make it a year.
Just real quick, they were talking about they haven't billed for a couple months for the motor pool, but they're gonna just do an estimate if they can't get the actuals and just get it into the 2024 budget. Hopefully.
Yes.
What's a comparison in fuel prices between 23, October, November, December of 23 and now? Do you know?
I don't think we have that.
No, I don't have that. Doesn't seem like they've changed that much, but I would have to go do a little research, Danny.
I bet you can come pretty close to what these 3 months are.
Did you want to talk about the meeting room? You should, absolutely. Oh, you want me to?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you remember or not, but we bought a bunch of upgrades for our big meeting room, giant monitors, sound equipment, so we can bring it into past the 90s. And we spent, I don't know, 80,000 on the equipment. We just recently got a cost estimate for installation. That's 90 grand.
From TS?
No.
From Avidex.
Oh.
Avidex.
Avidex.
So it's
Okay.
a similar system that what
Yeah.
you would have in here, really. This is for.
I'm like, TS may be short on revenue, like, that's a little steep.
And,
So was the equipment through Avidex?
Yes, and Tom Gaines is on, yeah. he's
Yeah,
got his
Tom
hand
has
up.
his hand up.
He was gonna look into that for us
Okay.
and see so he might have something on it.
Tom's got a friendly wave. Caitlin, can you, let Tom join our group so we can?
I was just being polite. I could have just butted in, but,
Oh,
Andy,
yeah,
I
he's
left you
here.
a voicemail. I've asked Keith to get a hold of Avidex and give us a detailed breakout of everything that's being charged there because it seems like a really high cost to me as well.
Okay.
The other thing I told him was, not only do I need to have a detailed cost, I need to know what does this we can do and why we can't do it, and greatly reduce that cost. So I'm waiting to hear back from that. And I'm hoping to get back to you soon on that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Tom.
Nice down a meeting room in the middle.
And that's the small conference room. This is the large conference room.
And if I can add, I'm sorry, it's a large conference room that's got a curtain that divides it. And there's logic involved so that when you divide it, the sound system automatically swaps so that you can use it simultaneously in two different rooms. So it's not nearly what you have in the BOCC hearing room. It's a lot more. So yeah, there's a lot more going on in that setup. So.
And this is public use. So we have a lot of other agencies that come in and use that conference room. And that was one of the reasons why we were looking at having this conference room upgrade. This was actually, all that equipment was purchased underneath the ARPA, as an ARPA grant. And that was, I don't know if it's possible to complete it with ARPA, but that was the request.
We may have some ARPA funding, so.
I would have to look into that and see that if this portion of it was, I know that the contract was signed by Sam Castro. I don't know if it was ARPA funds or not. I don't know. So.
The initial one was.
Yeah.
ARPA.
Initial, but there's numerous conference rooms that were done.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's all, but yeah.
We have some, funds that have not been allocated from ARPA, so.
So if we put in a request, I'm just looking at the timing, is that?
Yeah, we just have to have it by the end of the year, which is.
You need it like the next week.
Because we have some money even come back from the city of Moses Lake possibly for some, homeless shelter pallet things.
Okay. Well, we'll see what Keith finds out about the estimate that we have. It seemed high to us, but I think it seemed high to Tom as well,
You guys
so.
might wanna look into installing Avidex equipment. Little business on the side.
It's difficult. All these companies are like this, but if you'd like, Andy, I can put in that ARPA request. Now, I would get the ARPA request in regardless. If it takes Avidex more than a week to get back to us and the request has to be in by the end of the year.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
Well, it shouldn't go above the 90,000, so
No.
I'll make the request for that.
So you're saying, Tom, you could actually do the ARPA request on your end?
Either one of us can do it.
There's a little problem with that, gentleman, and that is that if you shoot above it, and don't have, and it is below it, then we'll be giving that back to the feds. If we allocate it, to be allocated by December 31st, and if we over allocate and it's not used for that, we're in kind of a pickle as far as having to give. Say it was $30,000 less than that, then we gotta figure out a way, how do we give the 30,000 back to the Fed?
So Tom, put installation on others. You could probably, yeah. I don't want to undercut it, but I don't want to make it general so you can use it for other updates there as well.
Okay.
Same thing.
Tom, feel free to replace the tables and chairs and carpets while you're at it. If it's that far under, just go full bore.
It impacts the sound.
It's all 1995 or so when it was built.
It came with the building.
Yeah, so.
How many groups use that? You said a bunch of them use it, other than solid waste, or are there more?
Yes, and so what we've been doing is we've been allowing it for nonprofits. It's been free use. We were thinking this next year to actually have a form and they fill it out one time, and because there's all sorts of aspects to this, everything, insurance, everything, right? So we wanted to actually kind of formalize it a little bit. Maybe nonprofits are still free, right? But there's some documentation that they have to do, and they have to have their director sign off on it. So if they go in and damage our bathrooms.
Yeah.
Then,
That did happen?
well, they really dirtied it up. There was one group that came in and very much dirtied it up. But, you know, it's just part of offering a facility. You know, we wanna actually put something on a form that says they're responsible if there's any damage, et cetera. So we're about ready to do a big media upgrade in there, right?
I will mention, guys, that about 3 years ago, coming out of COVID or in the midst of COVID, we were told that it was no longer a public meeting room, that there was so much stuff going on at the county that they didn't want to offer that anymore as a public meeting room. Has that policy changed?
And I came to the county just after that period. So since I've been here almost 3 years now, it's been open to nonprofits. And all they really do is they call and they schedule, and then I don't think we've denied anybody, frankly.
Hey, Dave,
Well,
if you want to get into, you know, some kind of a cleaning deposit or something that keeps people, you know, accountable for damages, you might talk to Jim McKiernan. He's got a lot of that stuff that's kind of canned for the buildings, and you could probably take something and plagiarize it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Danny, I thought the room closure.
I would just say that I'm in favor of you guys making a public room. That's what it was built for, and allowing that to happen with the nonprofits. I don't have any problem with that. I'd appreciate that. I think that's a good idea. But I was just saying, I was under the impression it got shut down a few years ago.
That's what I thought too. I think Sam presented on closing it to the public.
I thought it was COVID related, but.
Yeah.
He wasn't letting any of us use it. And that was a Sam Castro decision. We couldn't, either county departments couldn't use it.
Yeah.
I never heard of
That was this is now. We have new leadership.
We weren't scheduling it with you. We were scheduling it with Sam, so it never got to you.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking kind of the basis of like who's using it. Because,
for example, the last one was Department of Fisheries and Wildlife. They had a big conference and they brought people in from all over. They filled up our whole parking lot. And
out on the streets.
Yeah, I couldn't even park. So that was just last month.
Well, we had, but maybe it was, we've had like the Live Nation meetings, but you guys were also a party to it, so.
Quadco, well, I guess we were part of that too. Quadco met back there.
Exactly. They like to use
still
it.
be here.
Absolutely.
Well, Tom, if you need it, go ahead and ask now. It's open as far as I'm concerned.
And that's the purpose of getting this equipment installed, is so it can be used as a conference center. We also have an apprenticeship program now where courses are twice a year being offered about a week at a time. So it's in use continuously for 2 weeks a year just for classes. But there's a lot of times where it's open. The final call, if you or outside parties ask for the use of it, it should be either the public works director or the county engineer should basically make the final approval on whether the room gets used or not. But we should be very careful.
It'd be pretty smart to put down all the things you guys have planned, so you don't put something on top of what you want to do for your own employees and stuff, or your own group. So get that on the calendar, and then you got some other space.
Yeah, and our administrative team has a calendar specific to that room. So like if we schedule even job interviews, if we use it, we include that email for the conference room on our invite so that we know if it's available or not.
And for some of the smaller meetings now, we have that center conference room. Yep. Once we get the door on there, it's good to go.
So that was the only two discussion topics I had. We discussed the reader boards a little bit for silica. Do you have any other questions on that?
I don't have a question. I have a comment. Dave, I noticed after I asked my question that you had answered it with the paperwork that you sent for your public works update. So I apologize. I only looked at what was online for our consent agenda, and so I missed that. I apologize for asking the dumb question you'd already answered.
No worries.
Okay. I'm gonna call the bridge 247 and authorization to call for bids, phase 4 landfill. The consent agenda.
Yeah, the landfill, that's for the construction of the phase 4. It's about 10 acres. Our forces have already dug out the vast majority of the material. We did that to save the county some money. We had to rent another rock truck, but they completed that last summer.
Is that going to be completely on? I mean, there's no grants available for matching grants or anything for that, is it?
No.
Yeah, it's completely out of the funds you guys have set aside.
Yep.
A lot of money there, huh? 4.8 million.
I think the engineer's estimate was 4 million.
3.8.
Yeah. 3.8 or 9, it's hard to read.
Yeah, 3. Well, 3.
And then the work that we already did, we built towards, I mean, even though it was our money, we wanted to track how much we spent, so we would have a good cost estimate for all of phase 4, whether it was us removing the material or the contractor, putting all the liners back in. And it's slated to be done at the end of June. It's only, Parametrics thinks it's about a 60-day project. What they're concerned about and why the push is to get it out so early is once it's awarded, they're worried about the availability of the material for the liner. That needs to get ordered right away so that they can hopefully have it in order to be done by June 30th. So.
Is there polymer, like what they would put in the tubes?
Yeah. Yeah, and then it has a gravel layer with all the piping and the methane collection, and then it has all that, and then another layer of that material that's porous. Yeah, it's a lot. And that's phase 4 will be, I think that's the last phase in this current site.
You got 10 acres, fill up.
Yeah. Is there any other questions?
I have none.
Hearings?
Tomorrow.
Danny, do you have any?
No,
Question?
I'm done with my dumb questions for the day.
Wasn't a dumb question, Danny.
Well, it's dumb sounding, that's for sure, the way my voice is today.
Okay, well, hearing no other questions or comments, it is 2:18. We are adjourned until the last meeting of today. So tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Safe travels. Watch out for those icy roads. Do we have any of the, are we putting any slicer on?
Yes, and the liquid went out today. They were gonna do